Young rich nigga got trap routine. Bad little bitches won't lick on me. Moving like a YN when I was 16. Smoking that weed and trapping down houses. Back of the lack and I'm higher than a mountain. Drink codeine, got it coming out of fountain. What you finna do for that allowance? Bags on the floor, counting. I'm going through, finna come out counting. Running through a dry, I doubt it. You wanna get money, I'm bout it. Okay, okay, okay. I drag you in the street. Okay, okay, okay. I just ride on the beat. Okay, okay. I drag you in the street. Okay, okay. I just ride on the beat. Okay, okay. I drag you in the street. Okay, okay. I just ride on the beat.
Let me see where we at tonight. We could bring this back to life. Thought that I couldn't, you should be embarrassed. Their egos is threatened, they really should cherish. Too many excuses, I don't wanna hear it. Don't call it a patio, bitch, it's a terrace. We finna make us a killing that's worth to my days. They try to play me as a villain and color me bad. I noticed the jealousy peaking, I thought we was past this. This type of exposure's indecent, these niggas is classless. I bet on myself when the labels thought I was a bad risk. The money that I had invested is doing gymnastics. This what we need, this type of engine don't run off of greed. They music ain't big as my songs that it leak. They need some assistance, you call the police. F all the talking is cheap. How many costs why they call it a fleet? Living the stars in the comments and media's out in that care if you comment on me.
Young rich nigga got trap routine. Bad little bitches won't lick on me. Moving like a YN when I was 16. Smoking that weed and trapping down houses. Back of the lack and I'm higher than a mountain. Drink codeine, got it coming out of fountain. What you finna do for that allowance? Bags on the floor, counting. I'm going through, finna come out counting. Running through a dry, I doubt it. You wanna get money, I'm bout it. Okay, okay. I drag you in the street. Okay, okay. I just ride on the beat. Okay, okay. I drag you in the street. Okay, okay. I just ride on the beat. Okay, okay. I drag you in the street. Okay, okay. I just ride on the beat.
Let me see where we at tonight. We could bring this back to life. Thought that I couldn't, you should be embarrassed. Their egos is threatened, they really should cherish. Too many excuses, I don't wanna hear it. Don't call it a patio, bitch, it's a terrace. We finna make us a killing that's worth to my days. They try to play me as a villain and color me bad. I noticed the jealousy peaking, I thought we was past this. This type of exposure's indecent, these niggas is classless. I bet on myself when the labels thought I was a bad risk. The money that I had invested is doing gymnastics. This what we need, this type of engine don't run off of greed. They music ain't big as my songs that it leak. They need some assistance, you call the police. F all the talking is cheap. How many costs why they call it a fleet? Living the stars in the comments and media's out in that care if you comment on me.
don't you, don't you, don't you, don't you, don't you, don't you.
Good morning, chat. Hold on, right back.
Don't you, 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 don't you. Young rich nigga got trap routine. Bad little bitches won't lick on me. Moving like a YN when I was 16. Smoking that weed and trapping out houses. Back of the lack and I'm higher than a mountain. Drink codeine, got it coming out of fountain. What you finna do for that allowance? Bags on the floor, counting. I'm going through, finna come out counting. Running through a dry, I doubt it. You wanna get money, I'm about it. Okay, okay, okay. I drag you in the street. Okay, okay, okay. I just ride on the beat. Okay, okay. I drag you in the street. Okay, okay. I just ride on the beat. Okay, okay. I drag you in the street. Okay, okay. I just ride on the beat.
Let me see where we at tonight. We could bring this back to life. Thought that I couldn't, you should be embarrassed.
Good morning, chat. Good morning. Let me just start this. Start this Discord.
They try to play me as a villain and color me bad. I noticed the jealousy peaking, I thought we was past this. This type of exposure's indecent, these niggas is classless. I bet on myself when the labels thought I was a bad risk. The money that I had invested is doing gymnastics. This what we need. This type of engine don't run off of greed. They music ain't big as my songs that are leaked. They need some assistance, you call the police. F all the talking is cheap. How many costs why they call it a fleet? Living the stars in the comments and media is out in that.
All right. Let's go back to this music. Good morning, chat. What's up, OG? Caramiro, Chaos, good morning. G8969, Wazim. Good day, Don Holland, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. Always another great day, another discipline. Always another day, another discipline. Let's get it. Yes, sir. Live HM. Good morning, Lofia. Katarina, good morning, bro. Chat, music too loud, huh? Chat, we got no news today, but it looks like we have lots of volume. I mean, we do have President Trump speaking later on at 3 p.m., but that's in about 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours, right? 7 hours. So I mean, that's later on in the day. We'll probably won't be on by then anyways, but yeah, let's open the charts up and let's see what's going on today, because Asian last night was pretty decent. You had some nice pops up. Again, look, like I'm just gonna glaze it, bro. Like the last 2 weeks chat with bro, like that ass, bro, we were looking for like certain moves to occur. Even like yesterday chat, talking about this move here during the morning NY session, like before we like when we just hopped on yesterday, we did our morning analysis, and we were talking about how like if this is like a slow move going down, and it's been a slow move going down since like maybe beginning of July, right? Any given point, that whole move could be corrected, and then you can see like, or like obviously any given point that move could be corrected, right? What a simple saying. But like in terms of like we mentioned, it could be a 1-2 pop, which means that the move going up could be a lot quicker than the move coming down, because the move coming down is pretty slow, right? Now that doesn't mean like, you know, we just take a buy and hold, but just like understand that this could be a corrected move. This is coming down. This was coming down in July, but it wasn't as like bearish. It wasn't too strong, right? And a lot of times it's like, oh, what, we're making like lower highs here, right? Which is what we're looking at as well. But look at the move. It's not really about like sometimes the structure. It's about like how it's actually moving, right? Because you know how sometimes we're in drawdown and it's like a slow move up. Now I keep saying like it should be, if it comes down, it should be a pretty quick correction of it, right? Same situation here. Like this move down has been pretty slow for July. This move up, right, could be a lot quicker. Like, I mean, this took how long to come down? You know, like this took like 63 candles on the 4-hour time frame, right? So 16 days and 16 hours to come down. So far, like half, like I would say almost 3/4 of it got corrected already, and it's only been like maybe 2 days, right? So that's kind of what I mean. But what I mean by like a 1-2 pop, like usually if it's a slow move one way or the other, like that is to get corrected a lot quicker. Especially when you're approaching like a heavy daily zone, right? The only thing is this it though? Because like this move is coming up pretty decent, but could there be more structure, right? Like from here on out, like is there gonna be a higher low to continue up? Or going back to the daily, right? Going back to the daily zones here, is there like a possibility that you haven't filled this range yet and that is still required? Like, are you still going to come down for that area before starting to range, right? Obviously it can range anywhere in this area, like between, this is like your daily range here between here and here, right? So basically you're looking at this as your range. So this is where you spent a lot of time in the past in over here, right? I think 70 days, basically 60 to 70 days. Over here it could do the same, you know, here could spend the same amount of days. It's been maybe like 33 hold on, how long has it been? It's been 45 days, right? Over here is spent maybe 62 days. So the only thing is like you haven't filled this range yet. That's the only thing, but it doesn't need to happen. There's like a high chance of it happening. Like prices need to do anything, right? But like there's a high chance that before you start ranging, like this is the range you're looking at, and if the bottom of the range hasn't been filled yet, how could you start ranging without tapping the bottom of the range, right? Otherwise, you're just kind of ranging in its own range, which is here to here. Now, that could change because, again, price isn't obligated to do anything. That could change if you create structure, and then you can just go off of that. But you don't have the structure being printed in front of you yet. Like any given point, that structure could be printed around here, right? Like this move going up here. This is a move up. You can get a higher low at any given point. You can even match with this low to then just continue up, right? And then if that were to happen, maybe there won't be a low down here, right? But the thing is, like, I don't think we have to predict and guess like where that low will be, because price will show us anyways, right? So for instance, like if you do create structure, if you do come down, let's say, I'm only saying here because like this is like some areas that you could react off here. This is 4200. 4200 is where we want to buys like the last 2 weeks basically, right? But in order to get buys, you need structure. You either need structure above 4200 to then continue up. So you need structure, you need to close above, you need to pull back, hold that 4200 zone to then continue up. Or you need to, or you could also not need to, you can also create structure here first, right? So if you look at this move here, right, this move coming down here, there's been a little bit of structure starting to break here, right? Like the last 2 days here. So any given point, you could also still get a higher low. And if you get a higher low, let's say it's down to here or even down to here, as you continue to re-break the highs, that should be more information, and that should give you like a more confirmed like directional push. Because again, this move up, it is coming up right now on gold, like this entire push here, but there could still be pullbacks before coming up to the top of the range completely, right? Because you already know like where it could go to based off of like zones here, right? Like so it's like you have like a 4340 top of the daily range, you have a resistance here, right? So there's only like a couple possibilities where price can actually tap into if it were to go up. Not it will go up, it needs to go up, right? So it's like 4200 and then 4344, those are just zones that could be potential taps, right? And then now you're also gonna add like minor zones like where your minor supports could be, which is like here, like 40 35 40 40 whatever. And those could be your previous support zones, which means that if you were to get pullbacks, those could be the areas that you could reject off of as well, right? So like at this point, like you're still not assuming anything because it's still very early, right? This is like only the very first move up. This is why the pullback is very key, because this could also not even be a higher low to continue up. This could also still be a lower high to continue down, right? Again, that daily range is still missing. You haven't filled that daily range yet, right? So this move up could also be liquidity. But the thing is, you broke that 4-hour structure, right? So you go back on the 4, like you actually did something different for the first time since July. Like you see how Monday and Tuesday, chat, I took out these areas here. I did like this thing where I did like you have like a push down, and then I did a pink zone for a pullback, right? So I just kept doing like push down, and then you kept getting a pullback, right? So it kept being like yellow pink. So yellows, right? And then pullbacks are pink zones. We just marked it up, and then you have more yellows, right? And then now you have, well, look how big the pink zone is. This is the biggest pink zone that you've had since July, right? Which means that this is just like the strongest push you've had, basically the strongest push you've had in this month, right? So this is like actually breaking the previous kind of highs. This is actually breaking structure, which means that it should lead to something, right? So if you're like struggling to trade like throughout July, you can see why it wasn't really doing anything. It was in that same constant motion, just like drop down, pull back, nothing significant, nothing crazy, right? Finally, you got something that's actually doing something different and unique from what it was doing prior, which should lead to more opportunities now, which should lead to now, okay, this is when you'll likely start getting breakouts or fakeouts and all of that, right? Because you're actually breaking out of this range here. It might not look like a range, but it's like a very slow move, right? So then now like becomes, okay, from here, is price going to correct the move, right? Is this going to be liquidity? Is this entire bullish move going to be liquidity since like since the week started? Or are we just going to pull back, create higher lows to continue? And that's what you're trying to figure out next. That's the next step. Once you figure that out, it should be directional, because if it is lower highs to continue down, you'll wait for structure, and then there's a high chance that daily zone will be tapped into. So then you can just start looking for ideas, you know, coming down towards these areas, right? But if it were to pull back, right, pull back, hold, and then that's your higher low, then as you continue to break above 4200, you can start plotting out ideas for buys, right? 4225 and all of that above there, and then you know where it's going to go next. 4344, that's like your top of the daily range. Then you just have zones and areas ready to go, and you're set. And it's pretty straightforward, right? So I think like either way though, going down would give you a push down, obviously, and then going up would also give you a push down at some point too for a higher low. It's just now becomes like where, right? So we had let me just mark up this one zone here. So we have, this is your daily range, like 4344, 4872. We also could add like here like 4225 zones, like around here. So I'll put that here. I'll mark up this as well, right? So now you kind of just have an idea for at what point that structure becomes bullish, and that's going to be more likely above here, right? So you have that set now, and then now you just want to zoom down to a smaller time frame. So go down to the 30, the 1, and this is when you start getting like some structure or some more information. You can see like this move up, it's decent, it's pretty good, not decent, it's pretty good. I mean, total so far is like 1600 pips, and pullbacks, that's the part where I think you're still missing, because you had a pullback here, and then you also have a pullback here, but it's nothing too major. I think what major would look like is if it were to like break the previous zones like this. That would be more of a major pullback. So that is still not happening yet, which means that you don't got to predict where that will be, but you can also get first initial reactions, right? Wick entry sells, right? The only thing is like you don't want to take them obviously at like the zones that you kind of already reacted off of on a small time from, like here and in here, right? This passed already, so you probably want to wait for this to break through, right? This right here. So 40, I think next zone's looking like probably 40, like around here, 4174. That could be a pretty good wick entry sell zone next. You're looking for like a first initial reaction though, right? So you don't want to see like much structure going up. So this structure that's happening right here, that's fine. This is all fine still. Again, like I think what liquidity will look like more so is if you were to actually break the lows like this. Like that can happen before you come up. If that does happen before you come up, then we won't get the wick entry sells. That can happen after you tap into 4172. Again, just going off of like resistance zones, right? But yeah, that could be an idea. Wick entry sells, first initial reaction for the idea that this move up hasn't given you much structure that is still needed in order to drive up. If you were to drive down, then you're going down, obviously. So it puts you in a win-win situation. And then going on the 4, like that's like your correction basically of that entire move from July, right? To the top of the range, 4180, 4177. And I'm assuming this should be like some type of slowdown area. So you don't gotta be too perfect with the wick entry sells too. You're just looking for that first initial reaction. The only thing is you gotta wait for the move up. So you gotta wait for price to drive up. Like I think from here to 71 is maybe like what, 400 pips here probably. It's not too bad, you know. Yesterday we were waiting like what, 1,000, right? This is like 370 pips until you go up towards like 4171. So yesterday wasn't too bad. It just didn't move. Monday didn't move. Asian last night did move. We did get the wick entry sells right here, 4122 zones, like right off of this like 4120 area. And yeah, since you already pulled back here and you already got that initial reaction here, we're gonna wait for that to break. So I'm hoping that if that breaks, that can be a quick move. And then your next zone is like 4070, 4171, right? Something like that. 4171, 4180. And yeah, that's your next idea. So it's gonna be wick entry sells at that zone, or we're gonna also get we can also get buys today above 4200 as well. If it just continues popping up above 4200, obviously I need to see pullbacks, so that might take a little longer to form, the pullback part at least. And then as you continue to break above, like that's your continuation, right? If this were to be bullish, so then if it goes up, you know, you have ideas for it to go up. Sells, wick entry sells, like we mentioned, or also if you were to reject and create structure. I think this could also take much longer as well, because you need to come down first, and then you need to pull back, and then you need to make a lower high, and then you need to come down again and then make more structure, right? So anything that requires structure today might take a little longer, so just, you know, just be aware of that. But when it comes to the wick entries, like I think that's the closest thing we have right now, because all that needs to do is push up like 380 pips. So that's not too bad. All right, that's pretty straightforward. And yeah, that's it. So 43, 44, 42, 26, 48, 76. Let's go ahead and mark these zones up, and we're ready to go. 48, 72. I'm just glad we have volume, because this thing has been pretty slow to start the week off. 47.2, 42.26. Right, Chaz? That's the analysis though. Like that has like, you know, every day like we wake up and we'll mark up ideas, and those are ideas that we just kind of live with throughout that session, and that's pretty straightforward. 42.26, 115. 43, 44, 899. 43, 44, 899. Cool. So yeah, July picking up. Volumes is like getting there. Much better than, like, this is the most volatile week I think, or most volatile day we've had, you know, in a minute. 4171, 925, and then that's about it. Pretty much it. This 71 zone could be adjusted too. I want to see how it comes up, but right now I think I'll leave it where it is. Like I think it's a pretty decent area. Could be a lower. Could be a lower. Could also be like 63 zones. Camera's flickering, so that's a good sign too. That means we might get a trade actually. Alright, chat. Pretty straightforward. Yesterday, Monday was shit, right? But Monday we had that wick entry sell idea from like 4130. I think it was for 130. Tuesday was shit. Same idea though. We said, yo, we gotta wait price, you know, we gotta wait for price to drop about 1,000 pips. And then Asian session last night actually, you know, give you a push. After New York moved a bit, I think too, right? Did New York move yesterday? Asian Tuesday. New York. Yeah, so late New York moved a bit, broke the highs from Monday, or from Tuesday's London. And then yeah, Asian was the one that popped up yesterday. So Asian moved like I think equivalent to the Asian session on Monday, right? 760 up, and then this I think the issue with Monday was that we didn't even though you moved up for Asian, I think it was kind of still in this area here, so I was still like waiting for a steeper push up. I think 4130 is what we had, right? But yeah, all of that waiting, you know, Monday, Tuesday, and then Asian finally got it, the idea. So even if you weren't in Divas 01, it was given on stream, bro. It was dead ass given on stream if you were paying attention to the analysis. And that's it. Its next idea is 4163, right? Nothing in between. No buys for me here yet. Maybe buys today though, 4200. That could be ideas, but you know, you gotta push up like 940 pips and then pull back and all of that. But maybe our first buy since April 20 something, April 29 or 21st, I think. Uh, 41 wick entries are too close. 41, it might be too close to the highs you made. That's why, because you already got a reaction off of it. So if you re-break, you know, it could also break. It could also reject at the double top as well. But I think for wick entries, like I want the first initial reaction. So if you already got it here, then you just move it up. And yeah, Jeff, if we get the wick entry sells here, what our stop's gonna be? $43.88. That's like 2200. Pretty standard. Bro, I have never seen take any live trade. Dead ass, bro. You probably been stream hopping too much. You probably going over to this stream, that stream, looking for trades left and right. You gotta lock it in, man. We taking a trade last Thursday on stream. What was that playbook I just did for that playlist? Good morning, Benzo. Good morning, Walkman. What's up, Matt? Same areas for the sell destined too, right? I think we're taking like 1, 2, 3 trades in the past here in this zone. More over here too. Are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trades in this area. Those are usually the same zones. Because we're marking up the same support and resistance areas, right, chat? So it's going to be the same zones that you usually get your entries in. Just structure, really. Like if you were grabbing the sells, you know, let's say like here coming down, and then, you know, you were to range afterwards and then start to reverse, we'll likely look for more buys, like, you know, above here once you have enough structure. So it just tends to be the same like areas that you get the sells in, that you get the buys in. This is kind of where we want to stay out when it's like ranging like this, right? Or starting to reverse and all of that. No problem. And I think the gap got filled too, so that's over with, right? The gap at 41.20 to like 41.30, they got filled from last Sunday. After you dropped, how much did you drop total? 1,500 pips. It's not bad. If you got entries on the gap opening on Sunday, you would have been fine, I think. Just only 1,500 pips drawdown. Pretty good though. NY is pretty decent right now too. Like this is following the last like 4 or 5 minutes, right? 180 pips. No news sale chat, so it's just purely price action. Unless the thing like comes out randomly. But this is also another thing too. Like you want to come to a trust with a fresh mind, because like if you're arranging for like 3 weeks now since July, you know, you're getting this push up, you don't want to start thinking that, oh, this is bullish now just because this is the first move up. It's because you haven't seen volume for like 3 weeks, right? So then like if this is the most volume you get, all of a sudden you're thinking like it's bullish. But when you're making that assumption whether it's bullish or bearish, you don't want to combine that with the fact that with that feeling, right? You want to just look at it as for what it is, look at price for what it is. So it's like, that's why like I think just be careful of like, this could be liquidity, right? And we'll only find out really whether you create like structure or not. So I just want to emphasize that, because that's what happens, you know? You spend a lot of time to range, or even like, I know this was like a more of like a 3 week thing. You spend 3 weeks kind of ranging down, and then you had a 1 move correction up, right? But that can also happen within like a session. Like during like an NY session, you could range from like London, Asian London could range, New York could range until like late New York. You get the first breakout, right? Outside that range for New York, and then all of a sudden you're thinking like it's bullish now. It's like, that's only the first breakout. That was the first set of volume, you know? That could also still be a fake out back into the range. So like, you want to look at it for what it is, and not like with that attachment to the fact that you waited all morning, or you waited, you know, however long for a trade setup, because that has nothing to do with that. Price will move where it wants to move, how it wants to move. It's kind of already set to move where it wants to move. Do you have a raw account with Blueberry? No, I have a standard, because no commission on gold. If you do raw, then you gotta pay commission, but spreads are tighter. But I don't really know the spreads too much. Spreads, and I rather pay spreads, because I won't know how much they're actually taking per trade. But commission, you know, you're looking at that like negative commission. But yeah, it's not much of a difference. I think it's like a pip difference in spreads. So what is a pip in these conditions? How much is this to go? This is 200. 20 minutes until NYC opened. Or no, 4-hour opening. How was the 4 gonna close, by the way? Weak bullish. It's not bad. I mean, it's pretty, nothing major. I think the last 2 4-hour candles, nothing really crazy on. Nothing significant. Unless you close bullish, then it'll be the same. Then you get the same closure that you had over here. Here, after a bearish, weak bearish candle, this one closed like above it. This one can still push. Still got 20 minutes left there. And that's what led you to this move. I'm surprised you only got 56,000 traders online too. It's not a lot. Today has the most potential. What is this day flip over here? 40.80. That is that correction on the 1. What is this? This is your blue range. So if you break below there, it could still be a fake out. No bottom wick right here. So you get reactions before coming down towards that 40.80. You know, wick entry buys also won't be too bad. It's just not bullish enough yet. But we're close. 4,200 breaks, you know, I think after that, from like 4,200, if that were to break until like, you know, 38 or 43, you can start looking for wick entry buys, because then it'll be more bullish. That's when you actually break structure. But if this was like already bullish, like let's say, even if this already tapped into that 40, if this already tapped into 3,800 and then it started to come up like this, then I think wick entry buys would be a lot more valid in these areas now. Like as you come back like this, into these areas, you can start looking for wick entry buys. But I think that's what's missing, because then anything coming down here could still be like a fake out. It can still correct because you're missing structure here. So this no bottom wick zone would have been decent. Like 300 bit range. One 60 bit range. Not bad. $15 closed there. Close weak bearish. This one's coming down first for a bottom wick. That's it. Would this come down? Might even be a 1 hour leg candle too. If it closes bearish. And then this wick fills like maybe 100 pips. Not bad, not bad. Not bad at all. This is like also an example of like a 1-2 pop too, but kind of what we're looking on the 4 hour going up, right? Same thing here. Like you spent like a lot of time this ranger, and then when you came down, or when you're coming down right now to correct it, like this was maybe 331 minutes. All right, so if you come down to correct it much quicker than that, that's your 1-2 pop correction. So it just kind of gives you a sense of like, you know, what's more strong in terms of direction. You gotta line up with the rest of the confirmations too, like higher time frame direction and all of that as well. But like that's what that is though, right? So on the 4 hour time frame, that's what we were looking at since yesterday basically. But if this took 62 candles to come down to 4, or if this took 16 days, all right, to come down, 14 days, 16 days to come down, coming up, so far it's only been like 4 days, right? So it's been correcting a lot quicker than the actual move down, which means that this is like obviously much stronger right now. So you don't need to look at no DXY for that, right? You can just look at price for that. That tells you that. Like candle on 30 here too. Doesn't it tell you not taking a trade for a while, Don? No. Not anymore. I could care less. We could spend 3 weeks with no trade, no problem. Before though, yeah, like, oh my god, I need a trade for the stream. I need a trade so I can get a clip. Fuck that shit. No. No more. But no, that, you know, that's just experience kinda as well, right? And it's not that like I'm trying to look for a trade or not trying. I'm always looking for a trade, but it's, I think just our playbook has evolved to a point where like it guides us better, you know? So we're just more aware of like what we're looking for now compared to before where it was more open. It was more like open and just any 5-minute candle could be an idea, right? But the thing of that is the playbook now, it guides you better in terms of like higher time frame, what's it doing, and then smaller time frame, what is it doing, and then what trades could that lead to, right? So I'm always wanting to look for a trade. Like I always want to trade, you know, it'll be nice if we get a trade like once a day, but the playbook determines that for me. So whatever the playbook throws at me that day or price throws at me that day, I can only do so much of it. But yeah, that's kind of why we've been, you know, getting like 3 trades on average a week. But before like, remember how it was like any 5-minute candle, like it would be like midstream, like 9:35 closes. Yeah, volume, boom. First break could be a fake out. I wasn't aware of that back then though. We took it, boom, faked out, back into the range, and still doable, still very profitable, right? But I think this playbook, the only difference is between this and the first one is that it just guides you much better. So you're more like aligned with what in tune with what you're looking for. You're just more in tune and more like, I guess, like confident what you're looking for. You're not here searching for things that you know is not in your playbook. Because the first one, right? The first playbook is literally like any, like you can look at any candle and say it's a breakout on the minute, on the 5, whatever you want to do. And again, I think it's still profitable, but I think this one was maybe like a 65 or 70% win rate, probably 65, 70% win rate to now being like a 92 for the last 2 years, basically. So it just guides you better. And it pays off too, because every time like we sit through like weeks or like a week or a couple of days with no trade, it's like you look at those conditions versus like the conditions that you eventually got a trade yesterday during Asian, and it's like it just makes sense. It's just like, see, that's why we waited. All right, not because, you know, we won, but more of like, look at the difference in like the volume and the difference in the way price is moving. And it's not the same for like every quarter, because some parts of the year will be moving like that on a daily basis, right? But some times of the year, especially when you're like transitioning from like a range stage to like a liquidity stage, you're not going to move as consistent for a while. So if you can sit through that and then wait until markets actually move in that liquidity cycle, you're going to see a huge difference in movement. And you go from being like, damn, I can't find a setup, to damn, there's so many steps to take. So it's like infinite trade stuff. There's no limit to that. First silver stream, we do numbers. Maybe I should try that. If anything, that tilts me more like taking a trade that, you know, that's not my playbook. Like that tilts me more than anything. when that did happen. It's like, damn, I could just wait for better conditions. And how can I tell what better conditions are? Drive range of liquidity, man. Drive range of liquidity, drive range of liquidity, drive range of liquidity. DRL, DRL, DRL. Or accumulation, distribution, and manipulation. What's up, Daniel? AMD. That's what AMD is, right? Accumulation, manipulation, distribution. I actually didn't know about accumulation, manipulation, distribution. I didn't know that's what that was. I don't even know if it's the same definition though. I think like in terms of drive, it could be like distribution, I think. I don't, but I think one of them is not the same. Let's see. Honestly, the words are just way too complex to spell. Manipulation. No, it's basically the same shit. Yeah. But like, it's basically the same shit. 3 market cycles. And then it just depends on, I think like I didn't really know what this was until we came back on stream and people started saying like AMD, accumulation distribution. But it's like we put it into like a chart where it's like accumulation or whatever could be like certain amount of trades, these trades. This could be, you know, these set of trades, and this could be these set of trades. And then higher time versus lower time frame. I'm not sure how like they use it, but that was just through personal experience, not on some no rebrand stuff. You know, people like take the cyber play and they name it like the fucking wooden play or something. It's like, nah, we straight up from scratch, from years of experience, from losses, came up with a solution to figure out what type of structure we're in. Wow, 1 hour can actually flip bearish here. Broke the lows there, yeah. So this is like your 1-2 pop here, right here. This is like your 1-2 pop here. Came back into the range, corrected this a lot quicker than it took. Like over here, it ranged for how long? Like maybe 67, 68 candles, right? Maybe on the 5 minute here, however long that is. But over here, corrected it within like a 2 candle pop, right? Literally 2 candles, 2.5 candles. So that's your 1-2 pop, and that's kind of what we're looking at on the 4 hour time frame, going up. This right here is like your 1-2 pop situation, right? If you correct this entire range a lot quicker, but it needs to speed up, obviously, right? But yeah, same concept there on the higher time frame. If you were inverted, it might be a little better to read here, right? Like The only difference is gold didn't do this yet. That's the only difference I'll say. Gold did not do that yet, which is that tap into 38.72 zones on the 4-hour time frame, right? Or on the daily. That did not happen yet. You're still like kind of in the middle of nowhere. But same concept, going back and forth there. You have a 4-hour leg candle here too. This leg candle is like 150 pips. The 1 hour is maybe 100. Let's see, 4 candle close, like weak bearish here. So let's see, maybe you get a bottom wick or something. And that won't be too bad. I think maybe in terms of structure that could be something though, because if you get a correction of the previous like coming down towards here and then back up, right, this is now going to be like some type of higher low. So if that is some type of higher low and some type of structure, the wick entry styles become a little more difficult to grab in these areas now because you now have more structure, right? I prefer if you can just pop up before that structure, because that's why you want to take the wick entry cells to actually form that higher low. So let's see. Yeah, 4-hour bearish leg count too. So we'll see if that can get filled. This is 150 pips, and then right after that becomes like maybe 260 chat, so total like 400. That's not too much. $190. Sheesh. News from 6 minutes ago here. Damn, we got 42 likes already. W 42 likes. This might be your invisible account too here. Let's see, if you draw this up like this, if you invisible it, you also invisible this one, and then you invisible this one. None of this really exists. You could then just put this as a range. So if it breaks, these zones won't be too major. Like that 4170, what is this? 4130. One zone won't be too heavy of an area. True. WCS. Two hundred. Not bad though. First 10 minutes of the 4 of the 4-hour opening. Leg candle fill right away. I don't know if you got a body reaction, did you? 41.19. A little bit. Nothing too crazy. A little bit. Yeah, you got a decent pullback. Could be more, but 21 bips. And then you rebroke it. And now it's just about pulling back. This is the high, right? So pulling back into the rebreak, and that's your 4-hour leg candle fill. And that is 8 bips. This is the high from where it is. Not bad. Just gotta pull back and hold them. $15 closing 2, and then you got NYSE open. Any orange folders though? Or yellow folder at 10:30. That's about it. There's nothing at 9:30. 10:30. 10:30. You got crude oil inventories. So we'll see how that comes out. Broker, blueberry markets. 41.41 zone. That's wick entry yesterday, but there's a candle closure. We did, but then we remember during second half of the stream, we had another level at 41.20 areas, which was the gap fill from Sunday. So like here. Hold on. Did I do that? Let me see. Did I move it up? What did I have yesterday? $41.2, $41.41. So yeah, I had $41.41 yesterday. What was your question about $41.41? But there's a candle closure rejection at $41.46. What if everyone was specifically? Yeah, that was yesterday. We don't have that today. I have a $41.71 today. Today I have a 71. I have a 71 and then I have a 203. It changes, right? Each day is a new day. But yeah, this is yesterday's zone before, you know, you've had these like small pullbacks. 41.41 isn't too bad. It's just that you're I mean, yeah, you rejected off of it already, right? So if you take a wick entry sell there, it's not gonna be the same idea, because you're looking for the first initial reaction when you're looking for a wick entry sell. You're looking for the first pop down. If you already got the first pop and now you're coming back up, what are the chances that when price breaks this is going to drive? It's a lot higher, right? So it just increases the probability that, or lowers the probability of that wick entry idea if you already got a reaction. This is what happened, right? If you come back at the rebreak, it's the high chance you can push towards the next zone, which in my case would be 4171 zone next. Maybe a little lower for lucky, like 63 zones might not be too bad as well, but we're gonna have to move it up from 41 to 41, so that's why today it's a little different. Did I have a 20 zone yesterday though? I swear I did. I guess not. Maybe the blue zone. What was the blue zone here? 4180. Yeah, but I think the blue zone might have been a 20 zone. Yeah, I think the blue zone was a 20 zone, like around there. But that was what we had yesterday before we 41 today. But yeah, that changed. Yesterday I saw a black bear in my backyard. You ever experienced that before? No, I've never seen a bear in real life. I don't think I've seen a bear before. I think in like Vancouver there's like a shit ton of bears. Like Vancouver Island. Did you feed it? What's up, Ellis? Let's see, correct. Fill in the leg candle chat. You got maybe 70 more pips to go until you fill that leg candle, and then after that, you break the highs, and you're right there. You'll be right there, you know. Still another like 190 pips to go. 9 minutes, 9 minutes. 9 minutes into NYSE Open. You might not. NYSE Open might be something today, actually, chat. Maybe today NYSE Open actually does push. I haven't seen NYSE Open push since like first week of July. Enzo, tell us a joke. I don't got none. You're the streamer. I'm the viewer. Only in Polish. Why did it transition like that? Yeah, so since you're in Poland, if they play like, let's say the Odyssey in theaters, did they play in Polish? Or did they play in English? About to break the highs here, guys. Let's see. Once you break the highs, it could be a drive. So we're gonna watch that drive up a little bit, nothing crazy today. And then 272, 4161 is, or 4163 is what we got for the wick entry ideas for now. For now. And then next is 71. But 61, I think it gives you maybe, you're looking at maybe 92 pips as a TP, nothing too crazy in these areas. But yeah, let's see the structure going up there. If there is, I'll move it back to 71. I'll move it back to 71 zones. And then after 71 is a 96. But yeah, 71 was what we had originally. Four minutes. Maybe maybe your name is too intimidating, Pencil. Third-minute closure in a minute. 1 minute chat. Until a 3rd-minute closure. I know I see open, so you know, if you can drive up opening the candle, it might be a lot to ask for because it's like 300 pips with no bottom wick. If you can do that and no bottom wick, perfect. Might be a lot to ask for though, but let's see. I ain't asking. Water stops again. If we were to get the wick entry sells 2200, right? It's not bad. If he has 73, 71, then it might be a little lower, but 100 difference, 100 difference. Hey, we didn't ask, but we might receive. How far are we? So yeah, if we enter, I think it was 2200 pip stops, right? 0.05 probably is what we'll use. Same thing as yesterday for Asian. Let's see. Depends. I think you talk with too much lore. You're like a lore chatter, you know? Everything you say is lore, some type of lore, something. Always some lore, so you're not, you know, it's just too much lore. Not everyone can understand the lore. Exactly, lore. Madagascar lore. Or Polish lore. Watch it in trading movies. How far are you? 150. That's not too bad. It's close. That's like that can be any minute, chat. Let's get ready for like 4163. How come no bottom get the 4? You asking me as if I'm the market maker? I have no idea. The market just moved up. No bottom wick. I don't know the reasonings really, but there's no bottom wick, so that's some good information. No pullbacks and no way up. So that's good. Good evening. 3rd minute also no bottom wick too. Again, I don't know the reasoning, right? But it's good. The faster you come up with no pullbacks, the better. What's up, Cookie? We're looking for a 4163 as of right now, though. Based on how it comes up, pullbacks and all of that, if there is any, we'll move it up towards like 4170. Or it's 4171. Oh, my cam, that might be a little bigger. Yeah, that's up here. Did we get any trades here? 63 in the past? We got 71. 63. Kinda. A little bit. 2 trades there in the past. What's up, Wicked? Wicked. $9.40 your chat. NYSE volume is clearly here. Let's see if that can pick up here, man. It's looking good though. So far, NYSE on the opening has been total of 130 pips. Not bad within 10 minutes. Before opening in general has been maybe 320 pips. So not bad at all. Not bad at all. So I got that smile on. I'd rather smile than frown then. Buys, I got wick entry sells. I don't got buys until 4,200. So I'm gonna have to watch it drive up. At least. Not too bad actually. 700 pips until 42.26. 780 pips. We are alive, Rev. In it. Are you alright? Rev. You good, Mud? Damn. 61 likes, chat. Thank you for 61 likes, Slip. W stream. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, hit the like button. Let's get to 100 likes. Let's get to 100 likes today. $100. Maybe 100 likes, we can get a trade. Maybe. I mean, we're close. This is the closest we've had an on-stream idea since Thursday. So, since our last trade, last Thursday, right? On stream. And it's still early too, so lots of time. I just hope, you know, at some point during the stream, I gotta go do something for like 5 minutes, but hopefully that's not soon. R break. Okay, Brev. Would you close sell to buy? I got no sells right now. I don't know where you got that idea from that I'm gonna sell. I don't have no sells right now. I take buys above 4,200, sure. But I gotta wait for price to drive up another 780 pips until I get my ideas for the buys. And those that idea for 4,200 has been something we've been looking at for the last 2 weeks as well, right? That's like a break of structure, so we want that to break. but on the way up, I gotta wait for that move. I have wick entry sells up. My question, if you look to sell, well, yeah, we getting to sell. We're expecting to get out, right? You talking about like if we were being drawdown until 4200? Yeah, I think that's a pretty good management zone, like above that structure zone. Like I'll say I'll wait for a pullback, because even for a buy, I'm not gonna take the buys like right off the bat. Once you close above 4200, I'll wait for a pullback first. So if there is a pullback that holds that structure and then it re-breaks the highs, then yeah, I'll look to manage more so above here. Our stops aren't until like 43.88, right? If we do get the wick entry sells. But yeah, I'm expecting a reaction. Otherwise, I wouldn't be looking for the sell. But yeah, there is drawdown like above that 4200 zone. That's where we're looking to manage at. But I need this move to come up with no pullbacks here, right? 110 pips to go, Chad. See, can you break the highs? Could this be? 0.05 lot. 2200 pip stops is what we got. If there is pullbacks, let's say, or even like if it comes up to like, let's say here, because you know it could be anywhere on the way up towards 63, but let's say 60, we don't get it, we'll move it up towards 71. That's our next zone, and then after that, our next zone is 41.96. We have tons of levels on the way up here. But no, are you asking? If you're asking about the management, that's what I'll do. If you're asking about hedging, I don't usually hedge now. If it closes above 4200, that's just my management. It's just one idea at a time. I wouldn't just take a buy. Okay. Okay. Reduce. Do graffiti? Bro, that was my dream as a kid. As a kid, I love graffiti. I'll like draw graffiti in my books and use different markers and colors to draw like drips of graffiti. I never graffitied or like actual use the spray can. That shit's sick though. I used to like draw fonts and stuff. Graffiti. The artists are insane though. Some of them are talented, like crazy. Just one motion, just get it down, boom, 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 like. You took architecture lessons? Damn, that's fire. You draw? I mean, your name is Pencil, right? Makes sense. Pencil. Pencil. Yeah, 4160, 4163, 138. Cookie draws like cars and shit. Slow down music done? You want something lower chorus low? Let's see what I got in the files here. What else do I got? You want lower chorus low for the trade? How's that? Too slow, no? Could you show me the reason for the idea wick entry sells here at 4163? I missed it before, I think. Basically just the idea is this move up has no pullback. So we had last night different zones, like we had a 41 yesterday. Here you kind of got a pullback off, nothing too major though. I think there's still something like more major incoming for a pullback before determining that this is a bullish move up. And if it's a bearish move, then you won't come back to the highs obviously, but I'm expecting a pullback, right? So like a steeper in this and steeper in this. So if you were to get a pullback, what zones could that be at? I'm just going based off like the next major zones approaching. So I had a 71 zone. I have a 63 zone as well off of just these areas to the left here. 71, and then I have a 200 zone afterwards, like maybe a little lower, like 97, 98 zones, 4197, 4198. But you're just expecting like a higher low to occur before continuing up. Or if you were to reverse, then you just reverse. But just wick entry sells off of those major zones. I think 63, I marked it based off of like these areas here. But I want to see how it comes up because like there has been reactions here at 62, 63 zones. But I want to see how it comes up in terms of structure, because if it comes up towards like 60 or 5.6 or 5.5 and it just pulls back, then I'll move it back to 71 zones. And then we'll keep doing that, adjusting that until like 97. So I count that music. That's like some over trading music right there, man. It's too much. Why'd you put that gif? But yeah, in terms of the idea of pushing up here, either way, if you were to go up or go down, you're expecting higher lows to occur. If you go down, then you'll go down regardless, right? You don't need higher lows or lower highs or any of that. You just go down because it's kind of still bearish for like, you know, basically this move here, right? It's still in that bearish trend. So at any given point at these major zones, it could reject, especially if like this move right here is correcting majority of July's move right now. This spent 63 days in that range coming down. Or I lied, this spent maybe 16 days, 14 days, 16 days in that move coming down. And then so far it's been like 3 days going up. So it's been a lot faster going up, but there's also been no pullbacks on the way up. So we still can't confirm that this is bullish completely yet. right? So that's why wick entry sales work in these type of conditions, because you're expecting higher lows to occur before going up. Now, where's that going to be? That's the hard part, right? But this is like minor zones we can use here, major zones we can use here on the way up, which is where we have it for the wick entry sales. And yeah, if it could also be this could also be a lower high too, right? Without breaking above 4200, that's where we got buy ideas above. Any given point below there could just be a reaction. Any given point below there, you can also just come down like this, pull back, continue to drive down, right? That's also a possibility, especially with the daily time frame. Go back to the daily real quick. The daily rejected the middle of nowhere right here. So if this is the middle of nowhere, then you still have that gap right here to get filled. Does that need to get filled? No, it doesn't. It's not required, but there's ways around there, right? So if you create structure, if this is the first move up since like, you know, this move down here, over here, then if you create higher lows on the way up, then that kind of helps with the idea that you may not need a higher low here. You might not need, this might be it. This might be the bottom, right? But we don't know that yet. Especially if this move coming up on a small time frame now, when you push down to the small time frame, it's like no structure going up. It's like very weak in terms of structure. It's just one constant move up, right? So wick entry sales work in these type of conditions. And that's why I think most of July we've been looking for these type of positions. I think most of July we've had wick entry sales so far. But that's why, because like we're transitioning from that range cycle to a liquidity cycle, but we're kind of still in that range, right? But yeah, just I think mainly like wick entry sales. We had one like break of the current higher lows maybe, and then the rest has just been like wick entry sales. And yeah, until 4200, right? 4200 is the level that you're probably gonna keep hearing on the stream for a while until that breaks. Because once that breaks, you know, we can actually start looking for buys for the first time since like April. But that's the structure that I want to see break. Until then, anything below here could still be like reaction zones and all of that, right? And like, I know you might look at this and be like, well, isn't there structure here? It could be, right? But looking at price here, it's like it barely made a dent. I wouldn't say it's enough liquidity. And the thing is, you might not get liquidity below. You might get liquidity above 4200. It could just pop straight up at the same given time, right? But that's the probably we're taking off the idea that these could be zones that you could react off of to create like small time from higher lows in order to continue up. That's kind of what we're looking for. So the wick entry sales for the higher low to occur. Because when price drives up, very rarely does it just drive up within one push, right? Usually it'll like pull back, continue, and create that structure. So that's the idea behind the wick entry sales. We're looking for those like wick entry sales for pullbacks. And again, if it were to just pull back and not continue back up, then it just continues down, right? We'll be in the right anyways, or right direction of it. But yeah, I think what we gotta pay attention to maybe is just like small time from here on the way up towards like 4163. Like, how strong are these zones going up here? You know, like how are there any pullbacks going up? Is it just one consistent movement? So far, it's looking pretty good so far. This is fine, unless it does something like this. You know, I don't think I will move a 63 zone. But if it does do something like that, or even like come up near and then pulls back, then yeah, we'll have to move that zone towards 71 next, and then after 71 becomes 96, and that's kind of what we're looking for today. But yeah, we're closer, chat. On the rebreak of the highs, it's only 100 pips away now, so get ready. 0.05 lot, 2200 pips stop is what we got here. And then TP isn't anything too crazy. I think we're looking for at 5.3, so only a 100 pip TP. I don't know if we'll attempt a runner, but that's like the reaction we want to see, right? 5.3 is the TP because that's like the next support. If you were to get a reaction in that zone between here and here, so 5.3 could be a TP. 5.3 could also be a decent area that you can react off as well. And if it is, then if it pulls back here, then it pulls back here. We can't really get a 6.3 entry, right? But it could be something as well. But that's more of my TP once we get in. But yeah, it's just one resistance. All right, nice. Can we push up? One consistent clean pop would be nice here. 0.05 lot is what we got going on. So yeah, same loss as the last three trades. Very key, no pullbacks here, right? We're in that pullback territory. Anywhere until then, it could be pullback. So if it does, then I mean, I'll let you guys know when I adjust the zones. Still good here though. I'm assuming here could be a reaction area too, which is probably our B zones or something later on. 6.3 to 5.8, that's 50 pips. So yeah, we'll be trailing stocks beforehand. TP53. If we get the push up no pullbacks, we're 6.3. Nice. 15 opening. 1 hour opening. Almost there, chat. 70 more pips. And could this be? Re-break of the highs, 5.8. Re-break. Almost there, 50 more pips. And almost there. No pullback though. Close. If it pulls back, like let's say this pulls back now towards like let's say like 5.5 or something, we'll move it up towards 7.1 again. But this is still okay. 30 more bips. Almost there. 61, 70, the highs. This next push should be it. And hold on, going back here, let's see if this breaks below 5.7, we're gonna move it. Or yeah, no, not even 5.8. If it breaks 5.8, we're gonna move it, because that was pretty close, right? That was maybe 9 pips away. Or we move it slightly. I think next zones could be even here. This is a decent, this is nothing too crazy, but it's still a reaction, right? You're looking for the first initial reaction. So yeah, let's remove that now. Let's remove 6.3. Let's move it up towards 6.6, and then 7.1 is next. So a little more patient, chat. Just a little more. Might be a little lower. 6.611 right off that wick. The steeper the pullback, the further we move it, right? So like if let's say in some universe this decides to come all the way down towards here, then comes up, we're gonna move it towards 9.6. Alright, so it won't be in that area no more. And the re-break, could it be? Close, maybe like 24 pips away. Let's see if this re-breaks the lows. All right, so we broke the lows there. Yeah, so let's remove this as well now. Let's remove that. 5.8, we don't need no more. 5.3 hours or TP, right? Which we think we could still have. But 71 looks like it's gonna be our zone now, chat. Let's see what else could there be. What else could there be? 77. 77 is not too bad. I think that's that invisible candle fill though. Around here, right? And if you tap into there, that won't exist. So you don't want to use that. But you could use this. 81. 81 could be next. 81 to 97. Is that one still valid? This rebroke the lows, right? Yeah, this rebroke the lows from earlier. It's still fine, still minor pullbacks. What's this? There's a lot going up. It's 73, 81, 97. Those are three pretty good areas. But if this is an invisible candle, I don't know, 7.3 then. Maybe we'll move over towards 81, chat. 81 to 66. Maybe 80, 8166. Let's remove 71. 816 is around here, right? Because the idea is that you don't want like, you want the first initial reaction, right? So that's why we also moved it up earlier too when it was like nearing 70 or 70 when it was near 63. We since we got this pullback first, we moved it up towards the next one, which is 66. Not by much, but just a little bit, because the pullback wasn't that much anyways, right? But this is like the steepest pullback so far, which is fine still. But I'll move it up towards 41.80. That's my next zone. And then after 80 becomes 93. So yeah, if it does the same thing as it did at 63 and whatnot, like comes up near, pulls back and all of that, grid structure, we'll move it up towards 41.93, and then we'll keep doing that. I think we'll do that until 42.26 because we have all that clean traffic going up if it does go up there. So then we can do that all the way up until that zone. And we did get trades here before too at 80 in the past in these zones. I think this is more so continuation though, not wick entry sells. All right, champ. So close, but be patient, you know? Don't try to waste your time now. If you waited all morning for a setup, don't waste your time now. Yeah, 1 hour flipped slightly. Didn't it flip with no bottom wick, right? Or open up no bottom wick. Didn't break the lows though, came near, maybe like 4 pips away. Decent pullback though. How much is this? If it were to go up from here, that's 190. So yeah, 109 pips away now from our zone, chat. First consistent volume in a minute, yeah. It's definitely picked up this week for sure. First week of July, where it actually like decent NY session too. First like decent NY session we've had since maybe like last Tuesday. Last Tuesday was pretty good. I think we got a trade last Tuesday, right? Yeah, last Tuesday was pretty good. That was the last time we had like some decent NY session volume though. And this is pretty good too. And it'll only get better, right? Wow, only 50,000 shares. I'm surprised. This should be like 150, bro. This should be more than news. I guess there's no news to know it's on the site, right? Please tell me, how can I increase my memory? I forgot all I'm learning. Also, by the way, the Excel is pretty difficult to understand. How you can increase your memory? I don't know. Play like a memory game? I don't know, memory. I mean, you don't need to remember anything in trading. You just gotta like, you know, learn the skill. It's not about remembering patterns or anything. Just learn the skill. Learn to maybe one of the key skills is just adapting, right? So that has nothing to do with memory. Just adapting to current price. You don't need to remember a certain setup or a certain idea. You gotta remember your plays, right? But that just comes with repetition. So journal. You said the journal is too hard to understand. Then you gotta make your own journal. Yeah, make a journal that's simple for you to understand then. Because that journal is just what I use, right? Like everything I give you guys is what I use. So if it's too complicated or too hard, you can reference it and make your own journal. But that's just what I do. Same with the playbook too, right? If it's too hard to understand, like you can use the template of the playbook and just make your own plays and setups too, right? You don't gotta like copy directly all of this. But it takes some time too. You're not gonna understand everything like within a day, you know? You just came yesterday, or to the streams you came yesterday, so you're gonna have to be on this stream for at least like 8 months, I think, to get like a good understanding of like what do we do. A basic foundation is like 8 months here, I'm pretty sure, because you gotta go through at least 2 cycles. And if one cycle lasts 4 months, the next cycle is 4 months, that's like 8 months. Maybe 3 cycles if you're lucky. Within all 8 months, you can get through 3 different market cycles. But yeah, usually 8 months. One day though, one day is nothing. Stream lags. Chat, is that lagging for you guys? If the stream laggy, you might need DVSO1. Let me know, chat. Stream lagging? Might be. Yeah, I mean, I see no drop frames there, but maybe Wi-Fi. What was 40-80 zones? What was that? 49.9. I think that was daily flip, right? Or bottom wick area. Oh yeah, that was the bottom wick from earlier on the 15. We don't need that no more. $40.74. Where's that daily flip? This might be useful. $40.77. That might be useful. We'll leave that there. But yeah, nothing in between here, chat. Until 7.7, and then 94 is right after 7.7. And then if we can't get the wick entry sells, we can get the continuation down, but that's gonna require a move down anyways below 7.7, right? So we'll need like maybe another like 1,000 pip drop. So yeah, the closest thing we had today was the wick entries because it was just a move up that we needed. The next ideas are continuation sells, which is gonna require a push down first. And then below here, clean range. $400 a day is crazy. Hey, y'all got mad at me for 400 trades a day, and now y'all getting mad at me for one trade a week. Like I haven't caught a donvo trade in ages. Well, we get 3 trades a week, right? On average. So three trades a week on average. We had 3 last week on stream, I think. We had 4 trades total last week, but 3 trades on stream last week. So you don't think buy today? I have buys above 4,200. If we make our way up there and we hold structure, sure. I don't know if that'll be today. It's up to price, right? Because it can drive up too the rest of the session or within this hour quick. It can be a 700 move that's quick. And if it is, then we'll have time for the pullback and all of that for continuation of buys. Anything can happen, right? We've seen crazier NOS sessions, but that's my zone. I don't know if it'll be today or tomorrow. I don't know. But above 4,200, like that's like the breaker structure that I want to see in order for me to take buys. UK, yeah, it's gonna be afternoon time for you. Like our last trades weren't too bad though. Like I think it was 9 a.m., 10 around that time. Go slower than Nas. I'm not too sure. I don't trade Nas like every day, or I don't trade Nas at all, so I don't know. But try not to choose a pair that's like faster or slower. Maybe like choose a pair that like you could read better. You know, if you read Nas better, then trade Nas. If you read gold better, trade gold. But don't worry about like how fast it is or how slow it is. Because then that's just hype. You don't want to chase hype or trade hype. You just want to trade something that you could read best, right? So whatever that is for you, GJ, gold, like, someone in chat trades your USD, you know? So there's different, you gotta adapt to them, right? The stops are different for all of those different pairs. Some pairs require smaller stops. Same strategy that you could use to find your stop, but some pairs the pips are much less, right? Like USD compared to gold, the pips are much less. I think on USD, like equivalent 2,000 pips on USD is maybe like 400 pips, 300 pips. So your lot size could be much bigger using the same stop loss strategy. So yeah, just choose whatever pair that like fits well with you. And same goes for strategy too. Like, you know, there's lots of strategies online, but just choose whatever suits you best, or even better, like pick a piece of it from this person, pick a piece of it from that person, and then combine it and then make your own. But don't follow like hype, or don't follow like what's viral. Asian, yeah, Asian. Oh, let's see, did Asian move better than NY today? How much did NY move so far today? 480. Asian last night. Asian 600. Yeah, Asian was more so far than New York. Wow, 44,000 traders only? I'm surprised, bro. Today looks like it has the most potential this month. This is still pulling back, right? So it's pretty slow pullback, but it could pick up, right? Especially if it starts to correct off of this. Do you think it's a good idea to increase lots at certain account balances? Yeah, I don't see like anything wrong with that. If you're sticking to your system, there's nothing wrong with that. Like 0.02 for months ago and now 0.6. It's up to you. Like, I don't think there's like a right or wrong way to like increase risk, but it just, as long as it's some type of system that you can follow and not off of just like, oh shit, hype, right? Off of like, oh damn, like my account's growing faster now, let me just increase it. If you can follow a system, you know, like let's say you set a rule or something that says like every, let's just put a round number out, but like every 1K you're increasing your lots. Yeah, whatever system works for you. Like I increase it. I have a fixed lot percentage risk type of setting on right now, but yeah, basically I think the next time I increase my lots will be 3K, and then after that becomes maybe 4K or 5K. I'll increase it. So my max lot right now is 0.14. We haven't gotten a chance to use a 0.14 because stops are just much more massive this year, but that's the percentage risk part of it. But yeah, that's the max lot size right now that I could use. Next max lot size would be a 0.16 at 3K, and then at 5K, that's when we're going to increase it to like a 0.30. But yeah, there'll be a long gap between 3K and 5K, I think. We'll see. It's like my second year using like a fixed lot size percentage risk. I used to increase my lots like once a year, right? And then as you start the year off, you know, it's more aggressive. Then as the year goes on, you're just kind of just your risk becomes lower. Do you think the fork would flip? I think it's a possibility. Yeah, if it comes down from here, it could. I just don't have any ideas in this zone. But yeah, it could flip. It has no bottom wick. It reacted off of 63. The pullback so far has been how much? Like 150. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of you can break this. If you can break that, then yeah, below there should take you down towards the flip. But this can also be higher low still. Tell me, are we seeing the 4180s level as resistance? The price start going lower? I don't know. Based on how it comes up is more important than the zones I have on my screen. So like I might have a 4177 looking for. Well, I don't think I'm looking for a 77 anymore. I'm looking for a 4194 next wick entry cells, and 4226. There might be something between 94 and 226 that I haven't found yet. But for now, those are my two areas. But based on how it comes up, whether it's creating structure, whether it's a slow move up, whether it's a fast move, like that matters more. So I gotta see how it actually approaches. Let's say 4180 could be a resistance, right? I gotta see how it comes up towards 4180, right? So far, like look at the difference now. Earlier when you were coming up, if it came up towards 4180, could that be resistance or reaction? Yes. But since now there's like some type of pullbacks here, higher lows, if you were to re-break, there's a much higher chance that it could break through. Still a possibility, but much higher chance. Then if there's a much higher chance now, why would I enter at that zone? So then I move it up. Just an example. If you have an 80 zone, you know, by all means take your 80 zones. But that's how I'll look at it. Like the way it comes up matters more than the actual level itself, because that tells you a lot of the information that you're missing by just looking at a level off of support and resistance, right? That bit, not too sure. Third minute close in a minute here. Third minute close, leg candle maybe. Leg candle, so maybe you can fill the wick up for the leg candle fill. Did you read that yesterday about my swing? Yeah, I saw. Asian, right? I think you're good. Oh, I'm only saying that because the daily zones hasn't been tapped yet, like at 3,800. So I think in terms of that, like, because that's my analysis, right? You fill the bottom of the range before you start ranging. And I think your stops are going to cover for it anyways, because even if you break the high at the top of the daily range, that's not even your stops. So yeah, I think you're good. You swung it with like a small lot size, no? Or smaller risk. Yeah, maybe this month we get to 3,800, man, or 2,800 on this account. I mean, we gotta make a withdrawal at the end of the month anyways, so probably won't, but maybe we can tap it before. $60 more. So what do we got for the year? 30% for the year. We're at 2.50% for the month. Still no sells or buys. We might hit 75% short trades, 25% buys. $8.5K pips. That's a world record. I mean, it isn't a weekly zone, it's a weekly swing, and that's the next weekly high break. So yeah, it makes sense. But you tell that to someone else, they might not understand what the hell you're doing. They're gonna go bonkers if you tell someone else. Missed last year, just waking up in Asian and just printing. Let's see, Travis. Still got some time here. The bottom looks like it slowed down a little bit. Nothing crazy though, just some pullbacks for the last 15, 20, 25 minutes. Leg count on 30, so body reaction is about to happen, and then when you break that high, you're like maybe 290 away. If we move it up towards 4194. $84 might not be too bad as well. Maybe we could still have the 84 zone. 84 is not too bad. I think right above the highs. 84 would be from where we are 300. From the highs, maybe 200. You said you just opened a beer? Wait, 10, what time is it? 10:38 in the morning? Damn. No wonder your memory's cooked. You 10 a.m. smashing beers? At least noon. Uh, 5:30 in EU. You don't. 5:30. Damn, beer plus trading. Like when you drink a beer and trading, like how does it feel? Like, do you feel more loose in the charts? $15.38 here. What time is that? 3:38 for you. Oh, chat, I'm gonna get some water. Be back in a minute. Stockholm, Sweden. He said a beer at 2-3 a day. It's fine. Doctor said it. My grandpa drinks a beer a day too in the morning. He's like almost 100, so they told him to never stop his routine. All right. Let's see. Looks like, I mean, let's see. We got another 12 minutes till 11 here. Maybe worst case we'll call in. Worst case we'll be in the group if we can't get on stream. This score is invalid. Which one? Overseas? Yeah, this is the link right here. Or a flip. What's the other one? The Korean one? I can't. That has to come out naturally. Too much pressure. Too much pressure. I can't do the Korean one. Yeah, shit. I swear I do the Korean one. 99% accuracy though. Y'all missed the music? But do I look like I'm Korean? Look how tan I am. Actually, I used to be way more tan. I used to be like Cambodian tan. Now I'm pretty light. See, I know ball. See, you know lore. Lore. 7 minutes, chat. Fuck yo, RR. Sorry, I think it won't be too bad of an idea. I don't think that would be too bad of an idea, man. But 130 is right there, man. One hour might be a leg candle. Maybe in 6 minutes. You're trading M3? In minute 3? No, I don't trade the 3 minute. I just use the minute, the 5, 15, 30. I haven't used the 2 or 3. Kind of all the same shit, to be honest, though. If you can see it on the minute, you can see it on the 3 minute. You just take the last 3 minute counts and you can see it there in terms of structure. So I think all time frames are good, but I think once you understand like kind of how they all go together, it helps a lot in terms of, because you're looking for structure, right? It's like, I know the closures are very important too on a 5, but like, you know, these movements are just, or these candles are just like indicators. The candlesticks are indicators, right? Of like what price is actually doing. So either you look at the 5 or the minute, or the 2 minute, 3 minute, 15, you know, the 16 minute, the 22 minute, 23 minute, whatever it is. It's just, you're looking at the same structure on any level. That's the same. Day 300 waiting for it. No huzzy. Maybe soon. How long you hold your trades? Until my levels get tapped. I think it says our average hold time here is 41 minutes though. On average, between like every single trade take on this account. And I think part of that is because the drawdown days. There's been like 30-hour drawdown days. But I think realistically, without those drawdown days once every while, well, maybe like a minute, 2 minutes on average. I think that's a true number. But yeah, it says 41 minutes here. The mood, are you OVO? Non-piss made Mr. Sell, damn. That's how it be sometimes. With the wick entry styles, is how it be. But there'll be more opportunities. Might even be more opportunities today. You bullish right now? I'll say I'm bullish, yeah, but the only ideas I have right now connect our sell ideas. We have continuation of sell ideas below 40. I'll say more so below here. Yeah, more so below 40.70. And then we have wick entry sell ideas here. But I am bullish in terms of bias because I'm just following whatever market is. I think yesterday's Asian session trade, I put it down as bullish bias. That's it. So even though we took sells, it's not a bullish bias. But yeah, today I would say I'm more so bullish. But I'm looking for sells as pullbacks and higher lows in case it does turn to a fake out. And then I think the next time I have buy ideas are more so above 4,200. So same level I've been looking at for a couple weeks now. That's what I want to see break, that structure, which is 4,200. But I am bullish, yeah. You draw lines yourself, yeah. Every morning, fresh chart. I mark up and draw every line on the screen. I explain why I'm using each line. And yeah, just go through the morning breakdown. The morning breakdown, I think these are the zones I've had. Maybe we made some adjustments for the wick entry sells throughout the stream, but for the most part, it's based off of just these zones. So $11 a.m. True. 1 hour leg candle. Let's see. We'll probably start placing that session stop loss soon, chat, and see how it goes, but not yet. I'll wait for these highs and lows to be created first in the 1 hour candle, and then we'll start placing a session stop. But worst case, I'll call it in the group if we are still on after, or if we don't get a trade for the stream. I'll call it inside Diva Soul 1, and then Asian looking good tonight too, so maybe we'll have Asian session trades tonight. Maybe. It's not too bad though. Not a bad day though. Pretty decent price. Best day of the week, I'll say. Can't complain compared to Monday and Tuesday. It was really dry, you know? So it's not bad. Where have you been? Been here this whole time, man. Been here. W. Let's see. Can we get a push, chat? Could we get some? 300 more pips to go. I have an 84 zone. 84 and then 94. Those are my next two zones. But I removed the 77 zone just because of like this pullback here that occurred. It's still nothing crazy, right? In terms of like overall pullback, we're not getting that in actual like there hasn't been anything different. Like there's been, it's still this and this, which isn't anything major, right? And that pullback that we had from here wasn't really anything too crazy compared to this even. But overall, we're still expecting like an overall pullback, which hasn't happened yet. So wick entry sells are still valid. I think that'll be valid until like 4,200. But it's just the levels that we're looking at now that it will affect where we're gonna enter. But our next zone is 4184. Okay, chat. So on the break of the highs, that's maybe 180, which is not bad. If you break these highs, hopefully you can get a push. It might be fast. But now it's just a matter of we can come up to break the highs first, right? So we need that volume to kind of pick up, which looks like the 11 a.m. count, which it did pick up. So far, the first 4 minutes here, 64 pips, not bad. Body reaction zone right here in the leg candle. So maybe you can get a pullback here and then fill the leg candle. And then as you fill the leg candle, you can get those continuations up towards 84, which is the wick entry sell zones. But there's no buys for me. No buys for me until 4,200. If you guys are wondering. Draw into a zoom annotation. So you can just open up zoom and then it should show you like it should show you, go to annotations and then this should pop up for free. Is that a forward flip in your chart? No. Might be on yours if you have a different rollover time on your broker. Yeah. For me, it's not a 4-hour flip. I mean, 4-hour flip, 4 open up for me here. This is my 4-hour candle opened up at 9. If yours opened up at 10, then the 4-hour candle is probably looking like this right now, right? Just a bullish candle flipping back and forth because it's 1 hour delay, right? So yeah, your 4 opening could look like boom, boom, like something like that, probably. Yeah, this is a different rollover time, but again, it doesn't matter if you use the 5 minutes, the 3 minute time from the minute. It doesn't matter in terms of structure. You're looking at, if you're using different concepts in different time frames, you're seeing the same thing. Like I'm seeing the same thing you're seeing. So just because we're not flipping at the same time doesn't mean it's not the same move. Looking at the minute structure and everything else, like you're still missing that structure overall, right? So the candles look a little different, but if you use the all time frames, we're all generally seeing the same thing. I want to learn a course. I want to learn a trust. I want to start trading, but should I buy a course or learn from just YouTube? I'll say just YouTube. YouTube, and then eventually, like, you want to learn the basics, you know? If you're like fresh to trading, like you want to just get down the basics first. So see if you even like trading, you know? You don't want to just buy a course and then hope you like it. I think courses are better for like filling the gaps. So like once you actually like go through the beginner stuff, the basic stuff, not beginner stuff, basic stuff, there's no beginner, basic stuff, then you're gonna realize that a lot of trading is just psychology. So then that's like when you understand yourself more and like you understand like what's stopping you from not being whatever disciplined, or you know, psychologically you're not there in terms of mentally. So then that's when you want to, you know, figure out what's wrong with you or not what's wrong with you, but like, you know, those gaps that you want to fill, and then you find a person that could suit that for you. So someone that, you know, could share that experience with you, and that's when you want to get a mentor, of course, sure, if you need it. But if you could adapt to that on your own, then you don't need no course. You just gotta keep watching videos or whatever, you know, experience the charts, journal, and you can learn all those things on your own. You don't really need anybody to learn how to trade. But I'll say when people find mentors, usually they do the opposite. They find a mentor first, and then they figure out their gaps later. It's like, you're wasting a lot of money. You should like get down the basics, get down the basic foundation of like your trading strategy, and then, you know, when it comes to your psychology or things that you could be missing out on, that's when you find someone that could connect with you on that level. Because you're not gonna know what you need until you actually go through some stuff in trading, right? Here you get my mindset. I just talk about whatever I'm experiencing. I just talk about it on stream. So in like 4 years, I'm on stream for like a decade now. So you got like my whole entire 20s on stream basically. But I try to share my experiences. That's really it. I'm 26. Your traders are rich. Why do they sell courses though? I think because people, if you're online, people reach out, and there's a lot of people that reach out. So there's a lot of like demand for it from that person. Everyone sells a different course as well. So everyone would like, everyone has a different community, a different audience, different strategy even. So there's, if you have a community, if you're online, just by natural, people will want to know more about what you do and what your mindset is and all of that. So a course is available. Because you can give everything up for free. Like I give everything up for free and people still want a course. It's like, because sometimes people want more than just more time to just watch and learn and listen, whatever your mentorship includes, right? I'm just speaking from a general point of view. So even though there's free stuff, people still want more. Or sometimes people want 1v1s even. I don't have any 1v1s, but there's people who want 1v1s because they want to talk about their struggles in trading. You can't really connect like that to someone when you're on the live stream, right? Almost there. 50 pips away from breaking the highs. Could it be? Could it be? Yeah, we reacted to that. Could this be? Could this be the push? Decent volume. This is the first time you had good volume since maybe 8 a.m. No, since 10. Okay, an hour break. And now you're picking up again? Wow, only 32,000 traders online today, or right now. That's pretty low for this volume. Buying and selling FOMC. When's that? Next week, chat? Where's FOMC? 29th, that's Wednesday. Oh yeah. In a week. I mean, we'll find out that day what we do. If we do anything that day. But yeah, that's next week. FOMC, pretty big event. The biggest. Which broker am I using? Blueberry right now. We'll find out next week. We'll find out that day, that session. I'll do a breakdown in the morning. We'll probably do a double session then. I think same thing as the last session, right? The last time we had FOMC was what's his name? Kevin Walsh's first one. So good day. So we'll see what happens this time around. Are we gonna buy or gonna sell? We'll find out that day. We'll do our morning analysis like we usually would do. And then we'll mark up our zones, right? Wait for come up with ideas on what we're gonna do. I don't know how it's gonna look next week. You know what I mean? That's like a whole week. That's a whole week of movement. I don't know where price will be next week. We'll see. Oh, we just take it one day at a time. We just trade that day, mark up that day. So I wouldn't know what to do next week today. We got to wait and see. Would you recommend Access Broker for beginners? Bro, y'all keep asking about Access Broker. At this point, I swear it's affiliating. I don't know. I don't think a broker has anything to do with being a beginner or not. I think, or a platform. I think either way, you gotta learn how to use a platform, regardless. MT5, MetaTrader, C-Trader, or your futures broker, whatever it is. I don't think selecting a broker has to do with beginner or not, though. I think you use any broker that you want to use. Yeah, whatever broker that fits your needs, you know, whatever broker that fits your country. I don't think that matters, though. Let's see, chat. 10 more minutes until 11:30. We'll see what occurs. And go trade. So yeah, no news this week. Next week is what? FOMC, right? And then CPI, no, that's Australia. Thursday is advanced GDP next week. Also interest rates for the pound. And then on Friday is Chicago PMI, employment cost index. Damn. Yeah, markets. Are you gonna watch Odyssey, Pencil? Travis Scott's in it. Maybe. What are our stops be? I think they're smaller, right? If we get that wick entry sub. Yeah, it's 2000. So maybe we can use a 0.06 lot instead of a 0.05 lot. What's up, Eddie? Well, out we on 10K. You can pick your percentage, and then we'll go off of that. I think 10K though, if we're using a 0.8 for 1K, maybe 0.08 times 10. 0.80 lot probably around there. But then it might be different when I actually get to 10K, but yeah, I'll say it's roughly around there. 0.80 lot. If my stops are like max lot size, and then I just adjust off of risk after that. So if the stops are bigger, then I'll use like a smaller lot. Because right now my max lot is a 0.14, and I'm only using a 0.5, 0.6 on this next trader that we get at 4184. If we do get a wick entry sell there, I'm using a 0.06 because stops are 2,000 pips. So the smaller stops are the bigger lot you can use. But max lot size for me at the time, 0.14, only worked with like fixed pips, right? So I think at the time we were averaging like maybe 400 pip stops, 500 pip stops, so then it was more doable. But nowadays, with it being like 2,000 pips, it's gonna have to be a lot smaller for your lot size. So yeah, at one point it was just fixed though. You see, like 0.08 only for me, and then 0.14, and then I think starting January, that's when the ranges got bigger, and with the ranges getting bigger, we had to adjust to more of like a percentage risk. That's like, it's also still my first year doing percentage risk too. Payday? Oh, you stay ghost then, bro. I don't want to tempt you on any position. Sharing my phone is so bad on computer. I don't know why. Teachers their own. I like the PC because I'm just like, I don't know. I feel like sharing my phone, I just wake up. Eyes are crusty as hell. Wake up, turns to the side of the bed. Eyes are like real crusty, and you just start like taking positions, and then falling half in and out of sleep. So I'd rather just set up like an actual office. But I haven't traded on my phone, like directly off my phone like that in a minute. I used to though. For a couple of years we did, until like 2023 was when I just went full desktop. I can also see better too, and like trail stops better and all that. Just easier to manage. Tail skills. Yeah, I can see left more too. On the phone it's like you're more restricted, but again, whatever works. Whatever works. I'm looking for wick entry sells MK. But we're running out of time here. You just broke the highs, did you? Close. I think I'm gonna start placing session stop loss since this is 1 hour account open up and just shot straight up, right? So this is 110. I think we'll probably place a session stop loss chat maybe here for now. 4150. I think there's still some potential if you don't pull back that far. Yeah, if it comes out without structure, I'll leave 4184. But if you start getting structure, then I'm gonna have to move it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to adjust it. So yeah, next zone after 4184 is 4194. W Risha. It's all personal preference on how you want to learn, because not everyone learns the same way at the same time. Some people learn better through live streams, or some people just learn through the live stream. Some people learn when it's more like in a condensed form. People learn better with 1v1s. I mean, I try to help where I can, right? But it's also my own time too. But hey, chat, that's like what? 3 hours times 5. Like, I give you guys maybe like 15 hours a week, right? 15 hours a week. That's like 15 hours a week for like a month. That's how many hours is that? Um, 15 times 4, 60 hours a month on stream of information for free. A month times 12, 72 hours. Wait, hold on, what? So 3 times 15, 5 days a week, 15 hours times 4, 60 hours times 12, 720 hours a year, So then, yeah, like that's, I think around 500 hours, 400 hours, you'll get a decent foundation. But the part is, you gotta actually be here every day. But the course is like however hours that creator has, Mine is like, I think 7 hours. You learn the base foundation quicker. Just personal preference. Bro, Raul, you drinking beer, trading, and you ask where the bitches are. Are you locked in, bro? How locked in can you be right now? And you say you got bad memory? Come on, bro, lock in. hope to get don't rely on somebody to get you out of your financial shit, man. Rely on yourself. But yeah, I'm on every day, Monday to Friday. So whatever you take from the streams, add to your own trading strategy, and then, you know, build. Is it late to enter now? I'm in no trades, man. So I will be calling a day soon if it breaks below 4150. If it breaks 4150, I'll call it a day, but if that breaks, you said fly. Yeah, we need some volume here. For show. My session stop loss is gonna hit soon. Low key, unless it's looking nice. Yeah, I might move mine too. This is pretty slow. There's potential, but then just kind of slowed down for the last like 12 minutes here or so. Honestly, I might just move it up towards there. Now or never. If it breaks 4155, we'll call it a day on stream, and then we'll call in the group if anything. If we have anything after we hop off. If there's volume. And then Asian, I'll see you guys then. Snooze vest. Yeah, it is ranging. Come down to the end of it. Good to buy gold now. You can take positions wherever you want to take positions at. I don't have buy ideas until 4200. I gotta wait for price to drop up another like 690 pips, 700 pips basically, until I get those buy ideas. And even if you do close above there, I need pullbacks, not that to occur. I don't know if that'll be in today. But I wouldn't know where price will go from here between here for in terms of buys, because I need pullbacks, and that's why I'm looking for wick entry sales. Because this move has barely pullback. So just more liquidity to confirm that's bullish. And that could change, especially if you grab liquidity before, like let's say here, before coming up, then we can get buy ideas before 4200. But if it comes up the same way that has been coming up in this bullish run here, then 4200 is what I gotta wait for. So that's why buy ideas are really far. and it's gonna require a bit more time for me. That doesn't mean it can't go up, right? But I'm gonna have to miss that move up before I get my buys. And so that's why the only ideas I have today are wick entry sells 4184 and also continuation of sells below 4078. So at a wick entry, we get wick entry sells here, expecting higher lows to occur before going up, or if it's a fake out, then amazing. We get runners, but if not, then anything below here would be great too for sells. But my bias is bullish, if that helps. I just don't got buy ideas. Let's see, could this be volume? We came close there, huh? Oh wait, we tapped it. Let's see. I'll still be here though. If it re-breaks that low, we'll call it. Could this pick up? Spreads are kind of wide, so we'll see. Yeah, Eric. Monday to Friday, gold, 8 a.m. East until usually 12 around this time. Thanks for the sub. Eric, I can't see that font. Thank you, bruv. Yeah, we're almost at 126,000, I think. What are we at right now? We are at 125,960, so 40 more subs until we get to 126,000. We started off in March on 123, I think. So some progress. Let's see, what was our balance in March? How did I check that again? Until March 13, we came back around this time. Our balance was how do I check my balance in March? Here we go. Our bounce was 22. So yeah, basically from 223%, or maybe 200%, we're at 316. So like an extra 100% count growth since March. That doesn't seem right though. How does that make sense? That's not 100%, is it? I don't think so. 2200, there we go. So yeah, 2200 in March up until now, 27. With withdrawals too. And that was all for free. I was about to be 12. All right, I think we'll move the session stop loss, chat. This thing is barely moving. Let's see. I'll move it up towards here. If you break below 5.7, we'll call it a day. All right. Can't do this all day. It's still kind of far, chat. It's like 250 pips away, but I'm only here because I'm still only here because if you break the highs, it could be quick, you know, even though it's like 250 pips, 200 pips actually, and the re-break of the highs, it's a re-break of the highs. So looking left, it could be clean traffic to fill that range quick, and if it is quick, then we'll have those ideas for wick entry sells at 84. Let's Let's see. Re-breaking the highs there. Can it break above 4163.67? Can it be? Can it be? Oh, there's the break. Let's see. So we have an 84. And then we have a 41.97. Damn, 106 likes, chat. Thank you. W, 106 likes. Let's see, could this be? It's been a long waiting. A lot of waiting today. We had we came close early today on this first move up. We were like 10 pips away from I think 66 is what we had. Obviously we can't use that anymore because we're looking for the first initial reaction, right? So then this is now the second initial, this is the retest. So the probability of us rejecting out 66 is a little lower. So then that's why we moved it up towards 4184 next, which is quite a bit higher, but that is the next zone that we have. Okay, so yeah, still looking some good still. I think in terms of session stop loss, I'll probably look to move it down up towards here again. So we'll move it up to like 5-8 zones for now. If it slows down, we'll move it up again. I'm guessing maybe 63, but for now I'll leave it here. Okay, and yeah, we'll see if this can just ride up towards 84. I got no buys there. I don't have buys until 4200, but I need this move up to get the initial reaction at 84 if it moves up without pullbacks. And that's pretty much our ideas that we had for today since the morning. Just wick entry sell ideas. And I'm glad that we're close because the other ideas that we have were continuation buys, which is above here, right? It's going to require structure. It's going to take much longer. And then the other idea after that was continuation for sells below 47.7, which is more so below here. That's going to require quite a bit as well. Yeah, the closest idea was the wick entry sells then. Why am I laughing? Me? Why am I laughing? I wasn't laughing. Let's see, chat. Could it be? Could it be a trade, a late session, or maybe beginning of a new session? Nah, bro, I'm going bad. This round uncooked. It's already 1:30. All right, bro. Peace out, Wogman. Too early though, bro. It's only 1:30. All right, did we move it up? We did move it, right? 5-8. If it breaks down, we're calling it a day. On stream at least. A 15 leg candle closure for the new 1 hour opening. We might get this in the group if it breaks 5-8 here, chat. That is our session stop loss. Let's see though. Maybe we won't get off right away. Let's see. Let's see how the 1 hour opens up. 3 more minutes. This is a nice leg candle. I gotta put slow mode on tomorrow. Chat moving too quick. Let's see. If the 1 hour prints at bottom, I'm probably just gonna hop off. But if you come up right away, there's still a chance we can get the 84. I mean, you got to pull back here, but still, you're like 180 pips away from that zone, right? So it wasn't too close. pretty far still. Pretty far, pretty far. All right, so 1 hour opening here, 1 hour close bullish. Nothing really crazy, nothing different from the movement we've had all morning, right? Pullbacks within that 1 hour wasn't too bad. The 1 hour still has no bottom wick, so that could still flip. Same with the 4, could also still flip, but if it continues to go up without creating structure like it is, then those wick entry sales are still available. The only issue now is that it's time. It's 12. And we have a session stop loss. Let's see. I think the rebreak of this, we'll call it. If it breaks 5790 again, if this flips and there's volume, then we'll be here still on stream at least. Spreads are pretty wide going down, so that's a good sign. All right, I think that's it, chat. I think we'll call it there. If there's anything that I am still looking for, which I am, we'll call it in the group. Okay, Divas01, I'll call it in there. The sim will be sent there. I'll tell you guys what I'm looking for, my stops and lot size and all of that if we do get in. But I think that's it for the session, chat. I think we gave it a good amount of hours today. You know, we came close one time today. It was maybe at 9 a.m. around there. 10 minutes away from our ideals, but yeah, 4-hour stream. You know, we'll be here tomorrow, worst case. Tomorrow there is orange folders. I think tomorrow is unemployment claims, and yeah, the week's looking good though. You know, Asian South up for the rest of the week. New York looked pretty decent today. Can't really complain about that. Volume was decent, better than Monday and Tuesday, and I think it can only get better for the week. So chat, I'll see you guys tomorrow, 8 a.m. East. Have a good day, everybody. Peace out. Don't overtrade, don't over leverage, and be patient. Wait for your subs. If you wait all morning for a sub, don't force anything right now. And that's it. Have a good one. Peace, peace. Peace, 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 peace.
Young rich nigga got trap routine. Bad little bitches won't lick on me. Moving like a YN when I was 16. Smoking that weed and trapping out houses. Back of the lack and I'm higher than a mountain. Drink codeine, got it coming out of fountain. What you finna do for that allowance? Bags on the floor, counting. I'm going through, finna come out counting. Running through a dry, I doubt it. You wanna get money, I'm bout it. Okay, okay, okay. I drag you in the street. Okay, okay, okay. I just ride on the beat. Okay, okay. I drag you in the street. Okay, okay. I just ride on the beat. Okay, okay. I drag you in the street. Okay, okay. I just ride on the beat.
Let me see where we at tonight. We could bring this back to life. Thought that I couldn't, you should be embarrassed. Their egos is threatened, they really should cherish. Too many excuses, I don't wanna hear it. Don't call it a patio, bitch, it's a terrace. We finna make us a killing, that's word to my dads. They try to play me as a villain and color me bad. I noticed the jealousy peaking, I thought we was past this. This type of exposure's indecent, these niggas is classless. I bet on myself when the labels thought I was a bad risk. The money that I had invested is doing gymnastics. This what we need. This type of engine don't run off of greed. They music ain't big as my songs that it leak. They need some assistance, you call the police. F all the talking is cheap. How many costs why they call it a fleet? Living the stars in the comments and media is out in that kid if you comment on me.
Don't you